Hi. Dun, dun. Oh, I'm just looking at something. Hi everybody. Hope you've all had a very great week. Mine's been tame, surprisingly. Nice good week. Whew. Alright. Last time on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Oh, the door is open. My cat!
Last time, we solved the case of the missing shoe.
Gumshoe Shoe! And we defended Miles Edgeworth after he presumably shot someone. That was not the case, because the case was someone got shot. Let's see, what else? Was not Edgeworth. Long story short, some old guy. And then, on that, we solved the case of a 20-year-old case. 15-year-old case. And we got the man who did it too. It took a second, but that happened. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, after that, Maya left, I'm alone, and credits rolled. Nobody's seen Phoenix for God knows how long. And then, there was a cut, and a new mission appeared. A new case for us to solve. Anyway, I've been bopping to this beat for far too long. Shut up. Today, we solve that case. I almost hit new game. Rise from the ashes from chapter start. Cause frick you! I don't think I remember anything about this one. Whoa, what the frick? Alright. I'm remembering some things. Oh, frick. That's really loud. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. She kind of looked like me on that. And that was 3D. I think, if I remember correctly, this was just made for like the re-release, because I think Ace Attorney used to be originally on the Game Boy Advance. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Right in Cola offices. Why'd I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally. Ah! Who the frick? Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. You're the famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya? Could it be? I do carry a similar energy. Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Alright. Let me examine the room. See if anything's changed. Like, ooh, it looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning on second branch outside the city. Gads! The bellboy was staring right at me. Mia's plant, Charlie. I'm taking care of him in Maya's absence. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Maya stuck it up there on the day she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one and they made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand. Then my foot, too. His desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases. I'd at least dust it off once in a while. Okay, yeah, it's just the desk. I was talking about the books back there, but I guess that counts as all that. Hi, who are you? Emma Sky. Emma, who was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Excuse me. Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old. Just what the frick? Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in less than 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Great, another future professional in training. So, what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it! She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't! So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... That's interesting. How would she know Mia? So, you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I'm doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for her specifically. Mia Fey. It was a few years below her in school. So she went to the same school as Mia. She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia's a woman. Mia? Yeah, I thought it was a little strange when I saw you too. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Uh-oh. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. That's it. Let's just leave it there. Don't want to pry any further. To the detention center. February 22nd, detention center, visitor's room. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. But did you not want to raise this here, Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Alana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? 2 sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? No. Just coincidences from the past. Smile for the camera. Or guard. This guard monitors the visitor room. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Miss Lana. Feeling a bit chilly myself. Now look at the chair. The lights. Always forget. No, what's this? Nope. Alrighty, the case. Alright. There's something you should know from the start, which is... the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. What? Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. Quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Prosecutor's office, huh? Your subordinate's car. Trunk. Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. My. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department would consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So, you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by the prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems more... What's up with your hand? It seems impossible you wouldn't... Lana? What happened to your hand? That's what I'm saying. Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the case. She was in the class ahead of me, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, didn't she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from this office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different from the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was the top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. What were you thinking, Phoenix? I was thinking the same, but I want you to say it. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. I'm a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! You were always this way, weren't you? Never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know! So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. I'm guessing she ran away. Mr. Wright. Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here. And I'm going to find out what. I think I might actually have to break this into a 2-parter because of how long this case is. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be gentle, always smiling. Everybody likes her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out what this underground parking. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Let us move, because I don't want to talk to you anymore. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So this is a lot where it all happened? Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my coworkers 3 years from now after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. Try not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. Expecting to go on this here, partner? Partner? Oh my god. What do we have here? Looks like a Bambino got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. I completely forgot this guy existed. I don't even remember this guy, like, at all. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Oh my god. Marshall? It's more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambino. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's called Strike C. Strike? This is our claim, our territory, and the gold mine is evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out there in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You had a long home now. Happy trails, Bambino. Whoosh. I should have like a whip sound effect. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of, yeah, he's a detective. He thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. He is my favorite character now, holy frick. Oh my god, I completely forgot he existed, he makes me so happy. What's this, a wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Gee, thanks. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way her eyes are sparkling, I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now. Look at the court record. Whoa. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. See, I like this because it's a... I think it's like a... It makes me feel like what I could have done with the receipt back in the second case. Now, let's start examining from every angle. What is this? Oh look! I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. Press the examine button. Click. This is an ID card. Detective Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess. I don't see what science has to do with it. I'm guessing that this was a detective murdered. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Yeah, because that's exactly how you could have solved the frickin' second case with Mia. So easily without her having to come from the grave. Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open! A mysterious lock! I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Bambino. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that's what it was his name? For frickin' Christ. Look! A stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe. Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. My god. If only that was actually a thing. I would love a test for common sense. What do you hear when you see? What do you do when you see a valve running? Freaking close it. Unless it's a gas valve, in which case, don't close it. Aha! A ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. I'm guessing this is like a phone? Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. That's a clue. Alright, the vent don't work. Meow. Oh. My lord, that's quite a very flashy car. An oil drum. Like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in there and do a stakeout. I think he'll probably just get arrested. In fact, he may not even be able to have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Oh my lord. I need to pick up that little yellow thing, I think. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You guys be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, little Philly's got a good nose on her. You wanna know who rides that red Mustang with the body under his saddle, eh? Please! No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a Caravesa if you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittles, Saloon Caravesa. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. Vittles. Let's see. A variant spelling of victual, which means food or provisions. And Caravesa. Was it Caravesa? Yeah, Caravesa. Oh, apparently it's beer. She's telling us to find food and drink. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. Yeah, banging theme. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Oh my. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Oh. Hello? Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you didn't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? Oh my. I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? The witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, Cop of Queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. Jesus Christ. Right, let me continue examining. Mr. Cowboy. Oh, wait, I can't. Frick! Maybe I did this? No, I won't. Shame. Let's take a look at all these profiles. Oh my god, everybody's new. High school junior and self-styled scientific investigator. Client sister Lana Sky. Age 29. Defendant and chief prosecutor of the district. Wounded on her right hand. Angel Star. Age 31. Gender female. Mysterious lunch lady. Witness to the murder known as the Coffin Queen. Wow, not even the guy? Oh, I guess he really never did tell us his name, did he? The case. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like how I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all of the blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. You have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the Coffin Queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they'd say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Sky wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to his world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming a chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin does she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and bestest from the Far East. For some reason, the boxed lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No? Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate the part of the Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? Glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. Oh, excuse me. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now that you're talking Coffle Queen. I know, I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. About this card. Lunch vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. Oh no, this isn't a credit card. It's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? Wow, it's really crunchy. A box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. Don't you dare diss pickles, Phoenix! I hate you! Alright, well, if there's nothing we can talk about, I might as well move up to the High Prosecutor's office. February 22nd, High Prosecutor's office, room 1202. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. What a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, look! There's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What's that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, he must be a real stuck-up jerk. Mr. Phoenix writes, never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice! Oh my god, it's Edgeworth. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! My sister introduced us once and... Right. Sister was the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No! Did I? No! It was just Mr. Wright here, he... Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing. She certainly can scream. Hello, Edgeworth. Nice to meet you again. The case and yourself. Oh my god, do you have your own dang jacket put up on your wall? Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. But he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves, goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming after about Edgeworth working. But in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for King? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. King of Prosecutors trophy added to the court record. I just examined a dang jacket and not the sofa. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This one must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. I doesn't have anything to say about it, okay. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. Is he talking about Old Bag? And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Yep. Wow, I want one. Huh? Something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? Yep. I don't think so. Chess. Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chest, but it looks like blue's in a bit in a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? These horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. That's awesome. Whoa! These are all case files? Stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. Oh, Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. Just have someone get them for him. Figures. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? I must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Ooh, cute! What a pretty tea set! I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend! One exquisitely splendid concoction! Such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Now, to look at the desk. What goods do you have here? Work desk. Quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk! Easy to use and easy on the eyes. Polished so well I can see my own reflection. Yeah, figures. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Again. Maybe I'll take that name flag as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Yeah, now let's talk to him. So, the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir, Emma Skye. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember, you've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise to me too, to think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, now I'm forced to prove my superior... Frick. Now I'm forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Skye is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? Huh. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors around this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go to as far to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Skye. Yes, we first worked together on the case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the murderous person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth? Your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife kept in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Oh, that's just great. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can you take a joke? You have to have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. So, in other words, you were the best of the best this year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department ceremony to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, correct? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. Doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you very much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright! Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth. Then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Yaw. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. See ya. Just tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder. Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transfer. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. Got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves in our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Oh, sick. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder parking took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, Mr. Wright? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh god, this guy. Hey, excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? What's up with his hand? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir! But sir! I'm just following orders, sir! They told me to bring this to you! I wasn't aware of the particulars of the arrangement. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Oh, there he goes. Right. Yes, sir! Yeah, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down, at least. Bye, Edward. Get to the parking lot of the prosecutor's office slot. Enter at 5:12 a.m. Miles Edward, 1712. Stated day of the crime. Murder took place 3 minutes after Edward was parked in his car. If only he was held up at a couple of extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. No prints, eh? This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that, or Edward cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edward doing with a knife like this, anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. That is a scary thought. See, the thing is, if the victim was stabbed, why does it only have blood on the edge of the blade? Wouldn't the blood be more covered, like, up to here to, like, a certain bit? Why does it look like it's been cut? Maybe that's how she cut her hand. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. What about the murder? The suspect. Take a looky at this then. Okay, something underneath. Let's say. Hey, check it out! There's a metal plate here. I'm gonna assume it has all like the prosecutor's names. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients on it are engraved into it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Oh, you feeble child. Oh, look, it's a fist holding the shield. Yeah, that's cool. Thing on the back. Ooh. Oh, it's probably just ID stuff on the back. Name and ID number are written here. Detective Bruce Goodman, ID number. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Detective Bruce Goodman. ID, Yabba-Dab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba-Dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point, tee-hee. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Can I inspect my... I can. Like, it's got a little thing on it. So what is this on the back of the... So this is what the back of the badge looks like. I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. 28381. Let's get the frick out of here. Just take a look at this. You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. Yeah, look at me. You just have to brew them leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. You pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is a wasted time. Like this. Okay. Yeah, well. Haha, look at that thing.
20 seconds to police department entrance.
Phew. Finally here. Why would they put the detective so far away from the prosecutor's office? That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. This is my first time to the police department, actually. Hold on, what's that? Jesus Christ. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. I'm trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright. You know a lot about the police department. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. Sure is running over here fast.
Hey, pal! What are you doing here?
That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there?
What? Well,
at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information.
hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal.
Haha. He was just dancing with the badger. That's hilarious. Doesn't even look like our badger. I was wondering about that.
What? Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece.
Oh, he made it. You made this, Detective Gumshoe?
The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal.
Nice work.
It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die.
Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance till he drops. Wow, good to know that that's what is added to the court record. Detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then they said, hey.
And I said, hey, you do that. Your soup will get cold, buddy.
That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. Guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. Make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof. It's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I went on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We'd just been to the zoo, you see. What about zebras? Or did they not have that at their zoo? I always get excited when I come to the police station. Why is that? I just feel like I've been jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and the criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think that's the kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want to have set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Let's talk to our good buddy friend Gumshoe.
I'll give you one word of advice, pal.
You may not agree on
To defend the suspect in this case.
Why not? Huh?
Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him.
But what if she's not telling the truth?
Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her.
But what about the evidence she was faked?
Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second?
Huh? Me?
Why is this little girl so peeved at me?
She's a relative of a suspect, Lana Sky's sister.
Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister.
Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically.
Yes, sir. Oh, and by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked.
Huh?
it's a sensitive issue with us these days.
So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe?
Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs.
Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time?
What do you mean this time?
Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all.
It's true. I've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into our criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy there is the chief of our detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all.
None of you?
I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger down Dan's pat.
Is there anything else you could be doing?
The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was designed to the underground parking lot.
Officer Marshall. When I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy.
Patrolman in charge of a crime scene is unheard of, pal.
You murdered me!
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Who would drive chief prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have been a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? You have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth.
Detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. I know better than to go blabbing on about things I don't know about.
No, I wouldn't ask you to do that either.
Good.
Especially if it's the blue frickin' badger.
Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday.
You at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? You know, now that I think...
Oh, there's a reason.
You know, I think... Now that I think... Oh, wait. Maybe it's because they break the defense.
I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten.
But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. He's even got naysayers in the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, I've heard about the rumors.
Yankee Gumshoe?
What can you tell me about this?
Huh? Hey, pal. This is Detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to return it into the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time.
Being Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot.
Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake.
Don't you work together with him in criminal
Whoa! Now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim.
That's what I thought.
Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe?
Detective, here's my attorney's badge.
Show this to me every time you meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said.
I wish I had a badge. I wish had a badge. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found the detective's card, didn't I?
Well, I already showed it to him.
So, this ID card belonged to the victim?
He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman.
Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it?
Well, Detective Goodman should have been out of the police department. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago.
Evidence transfer. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Well, that's the thing. Hard to say this, but whereas that chief prosecutor's guy called him out there at the parking lot.
The man's confession is as much.
He's in a tough spot again.
Again?
Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond.
But Edgeworth was found innocent.
Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of a murder, no one whispering, practically shouting.
But there's no evidence against him.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious.
I had no idea he was under the gun.
Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself.
What?
But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. Now I have a strange taste for the frickin' goldfish, you know? I don't know why. Maybe it's the cheesiness and the saltiness. Like either that or cheese, it's pal. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know.
Thank you.
Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? I met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall? Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you.
Oh, my parents are home.
Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe.
Letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe added to the court record.
Woohoo! I'll be surprised if it gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go welcome my parents. Boop. 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 Alright, I'll be back. We're back.
Shut up. Back to the game.
There we go. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop.
Sorry, it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit until the sun sleeps. See you in my dreams tonight then, baby.
Oh, sorry, okay. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Oh, I see.
Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd.
Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. my god, I love this guy's music.
There's something I wanted to ask you.
The scene of a crime, a cold grave for men who have lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment.
He's asleep.
Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest?
There's something I wanted to ask you.
The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who have lost their dreams. And me, I repeat my sentences.
Hey, look here. Looks like something's been erased. Maybe it was a letter to
Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe.
Let's see.
Annual bonus, $20.
I think a couple of zeros are missing.
No, that sounds about right. At least in the detective's case.
Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator.
He only got $20 for that whole year. Poor Gumshoe. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you. Fan letters go right to the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. Maybe investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. You holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think you just miswrote it. Great, Detective Gumshoe, I owe you one. No worries, this proves it's Detective Gumshoe, better than the blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then.
Thank you, Officer Marshall.
Officer Marshall isn't a detective, he's a patrolman. That reminds me of something.
That is odd. Isn't that crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher?
Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny.
Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter crumpled and discarded. His annual bonus of $20 is gone. Alright, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Yeah! Remind me to never visit Texas. My man! 5:12 p.m. Prospector's bright red steed came in at that trot, real slow like.
A trot?
My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems the chief prosecutor was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is, the killer intended to use Edward's car all along. Alright, count to 3. Here in Texas. 3. Ah, a toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knife, maybe?
Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these.
Let me guess. Did it have a cave looking up detectives on it?
Hey, they could use the same shield over and over.
Note to self, the prosecutor's office in criminal affairs is surprisingly cheap.
You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card. Strangely enough, found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance? This rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas.
Texas?
This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre?
Note to self, if you ever encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. No better way to study than to hang out with the pros.
All of us, man. Let's see your badge. Looks pretty round. Our badge is a star, a lone star, shining in the nighttime sky.
A beam of light, illuminating evildoers who come in the dark of night. Note to self, evildoers are weak against starlight. Hey, that's a sheriff's badge.
Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim?
Good men always die young. Remember that, partner.
Could you be a little more specific?
Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report.
Dude, this frickin' song. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way?
Funny you should mention that, Bambino. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all.
Nothing in common?
They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prospector.
But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot?
So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon.
God, I love this man. I don't mean any offense, but... Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective?
You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas.
Huh?
I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth.
Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. How can you be in charge of a crime scene?
Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambino?
So why are you in charge?
No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime.
That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least.
He's nothing but a sad old cow dog who can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edward, hey? Edward? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, you don't realize it yet.
Detective Gumshoe kicked out of investigation?
I wish I could do more voices for this man, but unfortunately, his time has run low.
Let's see, when I flew that in an hour and a half of 4 p.m. What the frick does that mean? Oh wow, this is really okay. Died between 4 and 5:30, and he did die at 5:15. Loss of blood. Wound was caused by a 12cm knife. A single stab wound was found. You know, like I'm saying, this knife doesn't look very stabby, more like slicey. Okay. I can check the crime scene now. I completely forgot about that. Can we just sit here for a second and vibe the music? Oh yeah, that's good stuff. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. Can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Absolutely. Right. Let's check it out. Oh my god, please, I could do this myself. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. See, as popular as ever with the kids. Pink princess a dude? Ah. Tick.
display is still on the redial button. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you made and received. You just press the blue button to dial the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised they didn't know about it.
Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things about redial.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation.
Whatever, let's check the phone out. Let's redial this phone number. See if we can't find the killer. Now, I wonder who the owner of this phone called last.
Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button.
Is that the Steel Samurai theme song? Hey, that song, I know that! Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah.
Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there.
Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky.
What? It's my sister's?
She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody, right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this.
Who did she call?
No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ring tunes. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry. That was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. I love this song. Can I find this song? Hold on. What was his name? Jack Marshall, I think? Was it Jake? Looks like Jake Marshall. Is it? Frick, I can't remember. Let me check. Darn me and my brain. Jake, okay, yeah. Age 53. Thinks he's a cowboy. Theme. Frick, yeah. A wandering detective from the Wild West. He's from frickin' West LA. That's the dumbest part. NASCAR made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. No need to push this again.
What's wrong? You look like I do during finals.
Never mind, it's nothing. Partner, you found yourself stricken with a strike of bad luck. And strikes are what you get when you hit down all the pins in bowling.
This rope, is it?
Yep. You laid it in the outline of the victim's body.
So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the truck on him.
You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car.
Why the luxury car? It just screams, I have money to burn.
Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks.
A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors.
Defense attorneys are relegated to B block.
I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over the B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright.
I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Oh, there's B block. B block is through there. That's where the visitors park.
I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance.
You're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can
see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Yeah. So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister?
That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambino. Many condolences.
Officer Marshall!
Yeah, Bambino?
How can you say that? You and my sister, you were...
Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambino. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here. But who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence, arranging testimonies, you name it. He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you.
But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to,
If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say.
One person? Who?
Bambina. It's your sister. Chief Prospector Lana Skye.
What? My sister?
Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals.
What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials?
Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it.
Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? They target him because he was close to Edgeworth?
Things have just turned sour.
Let's go back to the detention center and get what's your face for today. Yeah, I'm not finishing this in this one stream. Holy frick. Oh, yes, the music back. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Well, then there's something. Oh, right. Edgeworth. He's not here. I'm stuck. Here. What do you have to say about this phone? My sister's cell phone.
The last time it was used was 5/18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night.
Why did Lana make that call?
Texas.
Nothing else you want to talk to me about? Seems like you've exhausted all optional dial things. Let's go back to the office. Or not. That would be something here. What else have I got? Underground parking lot, police department entrance. Yeah, let's talk to you. Whatever. Oh, nuts. Here, see this? I've noticed defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. What's this? A behavioral study of lawyers? Okay, nothing there. What do you think about this? Okay, nothing there. What if I showed... I already showed this to him. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Like, they coincide with each other. Okay. That's odd. Here, I'll show him everything I have. Maybe he wants to talk. Maybe not. Suits the boy well. What is it do? Lock toy soldiers. Haha. Alright, compadre. I have nothing to say about the murder weapon. What did that say about it? Yeah, the cars leak a lot. Bambino, you have found yourself in the thicket of troubles and lies. Why, I doubt you'll make a very good lawyer someday. I can check it. Check that. I am legitimately stuck. I don't know where to go. On a detention center. Here, at least, I think. And I can't talk to you about anything else. Okay, you can't talk about this. Tony's badge, all your detective's card. That's it, that's the king of awards. Security number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. It's scary. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. That's it. Offices, underground parking lot, prosecutor's office. What am I missing? desk I can take. Alright, what is this? Quite tidy as one might expect. What a nice desk, easy to use and quick on the eyes. I was so high I could see my own reflection. Prefer not to have to look at myself while I work. Okay, he says nothing new. I can look outside. Whoa! What a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until the impact with the ground would be... Got it! Approximately 3.323 seconds. That's handy to know. Nothing there. Guessing that just counts as a window. Or the bouquet. Card on it, back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I heard that name before. Beside it, a giant steel samurai. I want one. Well, there's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. I don't think so. The prosecutor in this office named Wendy. We met! Frickin' Edgeworth! Jacket framed on the wall like a painting. The fabric is a high-grade cashmere, Italian styling, silk ruffles, turquoise buttons, and the gold thread collar. I'm guessing it's worth around $5,000. $5,000? Speaking of which, your suit would be about... That's enough of that. I don't need my life appraised, but thank you very much. Whoa, these are all case files? Stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Them already packed in so tight like that. What's he going to do when he gets new case files? Splendid, Mr. Wright. What an unusual observation. I think that was a compliment. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted on knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. Check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Yeah, I know, but this isn't the point to surround the king. This looks like a shield of some kind. It's broken. It was made out of chocolate, and he took a bite out of it. It appears to be made out of bronze with gold plating. Not worth much. $70 tops. This girl has a thing about pricing everything, doesn't she? Wonder what that big K means. Mysterious. My god, this did not. Ooh, what a soft and comfy sofa. Makes you want to say, sofa so good. Sofa, so far? Yeah, I got it. Glad she's not an aspiring comedian. Okay, well, practically examined everything, and all it did was give me useless information. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 675 or 67S. You're right. Let's see. 67S 12-2. There's a name printed on top of the paper. Goodness. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth doesn't know what this means either. Right. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing the crime. She said she did it. No problem. I can guarantee she's not the criminal.
Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings.
What?
It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids? The phone that just rang wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister calls you, didn't she, Emma?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what you talked about?
She hung up right away.
Let's see. Detective was murdered and the suspect is top prosecutor in the district. Get a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. That's it. Maybe I just don't know everything that went on here. Bam, bam. February 23rd, 1984 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Hey, we're back here. I like this lobby. Number 2 feels like home. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas.
Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area.
Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate.
I believe in you, sis.
Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? Defense attorneys should never believe their client. Defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. The sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without Faye helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself.
Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way.
February 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. I haven't been in court since Edward's trial. Been a while now. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot.
Wow, it's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything.
However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. Queen? Queen? Toes? I mean, haven't I seen you somewhere?
You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. Chester's really wolfing it down. Oh,
Ow, and for you, I have the Fiesta Bowl.
Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession?
Ah, you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox?
It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please.
Well, Your Honor, how does it taste?
So this is why everyone knows about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now.
Me? The name was Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up! Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. Oh, wow. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Ah! Aha! I know who you are. Cough up? Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with your description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor's space, yes. The crime took place by a car in the back of the A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with a knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Court plans added to the court record. Sick. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? I want Jake back. Give me Marshall. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective instincts working. Oh! When, through a wire fence, I saw a chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointed tip of the knife into the Detective Goodman's chest. Yeah, no, looking at the court record, it wasn't a tip. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there was no room for doubt. The key to point in your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. I fix my hair. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given what they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Star, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. If I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Star. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? This boyfriend. He's the detective? Not that boyfriend. The security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? And the yet another boyfriend, the position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunch, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That'd be the room with the security sign. But you wouldn't... Oh. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by your car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something. Perhaps it was my find my home detective instincts working. Hi Fox, how you doing? Didn't see that till now. So you sensed something. So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder. It felt like... How would you say... Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's instincts, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. I, of course, am hard, yellow, sharpened as a tack. I bet you stink, too. And in the case, in the lot, I felt stirring in the back of my mind. Hunting bears. How dare you! Kidding, I'm kidding. Then, through a wire fence, I saw a chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. Oh, wait, I need to push that. Hold it! A garish car, do you mean... Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant. I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always complain. Witness, in your testimony you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me, I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap! I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. I meant to zeros, you know, blueberries, not yellow berries. Alright, that's cool. That's fine then. This is my first time seeing this photograph. You think I'd show it to you too, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly defiant. The defendant! Crime photo added to the record. Uh-oh. That was unmistakably Lana Sky. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 10 centimeters long. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. The defendant was holding a knife. What then? Hold on. Is the knife 10 centimeters? Yeah, but what's Edward doing at a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends rubbing it in the wild. 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Where did I see something like that before? It was in the... It is... His wound was caused by a 12 centimeter knife. This one's 2 centimeters short. I knew it! Oh my god! Farming up gear to help my sister in future hunts. I got her into Mon Hunt today. Awesome. Frick yeah. More people. Let's go. Alright, but look. This proves my point that I said from earlier. This couldn't have been the murder weapon because it was a stab wound. But this looks more like a slice wound because if it was a stab wound, the entire top of it would be covered in blood. Not to mention, it's a 10 centimeter knife. Holy frick. And she thrusts the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, I was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, the star's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep her heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calm. Don't smile like that! I kinda wish you would include that into the testimony so I could push it. Is that a knife? Doesn't look like she's holding a knife. Dun 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 excuse me. Let me present the knife. No, okay, that's not it. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Does? I don't see anything contradictory. Yeah, really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. Whoops, that didn't go so well. Okay, let's see. I sense something around Susanna. There wire fence. Doesn't look like she's holding a knife into me. Objection! And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Guy stab the victim with a knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirled lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Guy not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. Let's be a little more careful with our evidence, shall we? It is you that needs to be more careful, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? In this photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. It was taken the moment after the stabbing. Objection! How can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stain on the chief prosecutor's coat? It's a black and white photograph. Oh, but I see it though. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Ah, you got a better idea? Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment that she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. Most casual objection that we told. Oh yeah. That confused me too. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have the time to stop her, Prosecution Sky was cold calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, why should we be wearing those gloves? Ah! These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder. A serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. Murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, the kind used for autopsies. In other words, the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene. She came to do a murder. That's the only possible conclusion she can make. I hate this woman's legislative so much. I wish no longer need consumption. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Dude, if you don't like her song, you'll definitely like Mike Marshall's. Oh god, he's amazing. And he's from quote-unquote Texas. Ah! Impressive. I'm sorry that they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking it was all planned. She can prove this claim. The trial's already over. Got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. I think I have an idea. Oops. I keep frickin' skipping it because I think there's a line before. Okay, let me think. I can present something on that last one and I'm gonna make it the ticket. Wait, if you do yoga after killing someone, does that make it post-meditated? Maybe. Okay. I don't think it was planned. Because otherwise, how do you plan for something that wasn't there in the first place? And that doesn't work. How do I make them think that it wasn't planned? Rubber gloves. Rubber gloves. Okay, let's see. Unless this is upside down. I'm pretty sure that this will come in later, but like if you turn it upside down and instead it's 1221, like SL9, something like that. What do I do here? How do I prove that it wasn't premeditated? If the mother... if the rubber gloves prove it, what doesn't prove it. Would it be the knife, just because it was taken out of the trunk of his car? Frick yeah! Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right?
Mommy, are your prosecutors bad people?
The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, Ricky? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon! At some point I wish the judge would say, Phoenix is defending the innocent. Sorry, prosecutor, court adjourned. Well, no, because you gotta find out who did the what. Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered the detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was all planned. If she wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Angel's deduction. Alright. Bro, when they gonna let you mention the size? When it comes, Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. Like that was the one thing that I kept getting wrong in the last case. I kept providing evidence that I didn't have to provide yet at the right time, despite knowing full well that it could break the whole case 20% faster. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor held a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge a knife in again and again. What? Again and again? The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I order pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill a delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Angel's deduction. Honestly, if you think about it, that's on the detective's part. If he was stabbed by a 10-centimeter knife, and they think that the murder weapon is this 12-centimeter knife, that's on the detectives for not piecing that together. Frick you, detectives, for letting it slip. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she was about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Ricky. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why do you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. I already know how to do this one. That's obvious. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I just want to get this out of the way. You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on! could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness, why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day?
I'm sure the chief prosecutor held a grudge against the victim. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that.
Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge.
Ricky. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside?
How am I supposed to know?
See, we agree that there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what it's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree?
I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty.
This judge isn't very good with metaphors.
The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this?
It's simple. Phoenix solved both a false claim and a 15-year-old case, saving Edward twice. What a poo-poo brain.
To be fair, you gotta think.
Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in and again. A human machine? That's a contradiction!
Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright?
Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's size smells like a citrus fume.
Say again and again. How many times did he stab him exactly?
We often say chop it into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me?
Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that.
Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people! Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know.
Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off.
Short wick burns out the fastest. This is scientific fact.
I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and really it's just a short wick will burn longer.
Obviously, more scientific testing is required.
Alright, watch and learn, people!
Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
Well, let me show you the evidence that says otherwise. One knife wound, baby!
How is he sighing hard enough to reach the other side of the room? These people are powerful.
You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that.
Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise.
I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
What a hunk! He's my hero, really. You're 16.
And I was gonna... What about my objection? No one noticed? I pointed that out. Well, witness?
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible.
So, you're saying you mistook something for blood?
When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Her red muffler looked blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
Her red muffler?
Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose.
She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? Oh wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib.
Judge with the bib. That's why this place feels so much like a kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest.
However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. It was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony.
Mr. Wright, this is our chance!
Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she is. Okay. What do I push here? led to me. It's how ghastly the whole scene was. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind, which...
Stop stealing my thunder, bro!
And you've proved it yourself, with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a true professional could be so clueless. So what chapter do you solve Johnny v. Amber? Next week, I think, after I finish this game. I'm sure you'll make a good lunch lady, have no fear. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude. Now back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Let me guess, this is a tutorial level? No, this is the final case of the game. This isn't a new game. This is the true final case. The added case that came with the DS version of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This is so far from a tutorial level. I've already gotten 2 things wrong. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. How did you do that? You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Attorney Wright gets bitten by a snake. Chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? I don't imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Row! What? But then why is Edward being tutorial-like? He's not. He's stealing my frickin' thunder for saving him in the last time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Okay. Alright, partition. I know about that. So where is this partition on the floor plans? Sure, she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? Quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Yeah, frick yeah, do it. I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. Because just so you know, there's a chain link fence right there. The Lynchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. A coffin queen. Lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. How come this guy didn't get away? After she mentioned the muffler. Why would she bring that up? She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say the word muffler. Just that one word. So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but someone else?
Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Her phone? You mean his cell phone? By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene?
Yes, ultimately.
Ultimately?
My memory... It's like a SEM, heading upstream, you see.
No, the court doesn't see the star. Oh, I see. You think you're smart. Let me show you up by helping you beat me in the next case. Oh yes, it's break time. Ah, Lord. Prosecutors do what a prosecutor's gotta do. We all have our jobs, and our job's to do what it is that they do.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
On the wall?
That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order.
So she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness.
Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying?
You should of course add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. But how did you see that if there was a frickin' wall, bro?
How did you see that?
Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court?
Aha! I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone.
And you saw her doing this.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
You fool. I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias.
Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago.
Oh, the first case you worked on, huh? That got her arrested. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the flow plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it.
What?
Order, order, what is the meaning of this?
It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Grr.
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie the witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw. What she saw, or the order of events? I think where she saw it. She definitely saw it somewhere else. If she knew where the phone was, other than being there the next day, then yeah. She tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. It would be pointless for her to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. The witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. In other words, Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard up until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Starr witnessed the crime was here. Right here. Maybe up in the security room. I would say like right here.
No, like right here. She would be in the security room. She has a boyfriend who works in the security room. She would be there to drop off his lunch, and she couldn't be able to see the murder. No, but she did take the photo, so she would have been here. Yes, here. If she was here, she could see the emergency phone. That's true. That solves that mystery. That would allow her to see the emergency phone, yes. But if she was there, she would have been able to arrest her well before she dialed her phone. Oh. You doubt my speed? I could run 150 feet in 9 seconds, you know. Is that really that fast? As fast as your way to rejoiners. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, hold on. Maybe it was the security room. Let me double check the security room. Take that! Please. The exclamation marks. She could have been. Security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking is well positioned. It's built on the second level so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? The lunchbox have camera? Maybe someone else took the picture. Well, Miss Starr? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Also, remember, she said that she, quote-unquote, saw it, but she mentioned the muffler, too. How could she have seen the scarf anyway? Eh? Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr. Order, order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she not talking about the sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? That doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. She lied and said she saw it from B block. Must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Angle of view to the crime? Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, security guard station is on the second floor, and, just sort of more of a 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Frick. Okay, that's not it. Would she lie? This is my last chance, and I'm totally gonna get it wrong. Distance in lighting, distance in the crime, distance in lighting, distance in the crime. I wanna say it's distance to the crime. Considering looking at this, the lighting doesn't have anything to do with it. Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. Okay. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take for her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed this crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take for you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? You. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing the PB&J lunch with fresh berries and berry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked, and I couldn't open it. So you took all that time? That's why I got to go through the visitors' parking in B block. That's quite a detour. That would take forever. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. For 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. X to doubt. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do you have any evidence to stop this? Do I? 5 minutes. And she took the picture, and she jumped the fence, and she... If it took her 5 minutes, that means she never really did try to use the telephone. I think. 3 minutes later, she would kill him. 5 minutes later would be 5:20. Hi, Oliver. Hi, Brainlicker. How you doing? Think 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah, it might be the phone. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, Ricky. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. That was different. Miss Guy dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. All right. I thought I'd have to presume evidence. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. She has a grudge against the defendant, and there's a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Tight. Mr. Wright. That was too close. Are you kidding me? I had one more left. I'm afraid that the cough up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Ugh, oh, that hurt my brain. Hold it.
Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defendant's team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. She couldn't have won out of her lunchbox this time. I'm in trouble. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other was the defendant, Miss Lana Sky's blood. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I'll take the squid wheels. Don't take the squid wheels. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. I think I remember the answer to this one. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can accept this evidence. Lied on stand, bribed the judge, and possibly premeditated murder played Edgeworth finger wag tisk. What? You should know the 2 rules of evidence law, Miss Starr. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Frick, I do it all the time. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe had already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Prosecution's complaints were notwithstanding. It appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. Well, seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Can't get this wrong. Should I mention those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene? Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just want people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. That's when the suspect is admitting she did it. False testimony is the most despicable of all, crime of all, Mr. Starr. Let's just get this over with. Now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Look at that, I have one strike left. I get this wrong and I have to restart all of this from the very beginning. And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? Let me take a peek at this shoe. White emerald shoe, various traces of blood from the sky, and if I remember correctly, the one wacky thing about this shoe is that it has a blood stain here, but a strange blood stain on the side? Aha! There's blood here too! On the sole of the shoe? That's gotta be victims. Must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood. It's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. It's blood. It's my sister's, right?
Appears so. Anna's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. Must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. When will you let me pull out the knife? No fast forward. There is no fast forward. I can just sit there and hold down the button maybe and mash the button, but frick. Alright. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that would happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found in the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's. So, you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Makes sense. After all, a man was stabbed here. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other was the defendant, Miss Lana Sky's blood. Can't say for sure the blood belonged to the victim with the blood test. Claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh. Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was performed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, if you combine all the various blood tests, there are millions of types. It's practically impossible to narrow a blood sample down to just one person. Or so I hear. Millions of types. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Sky's. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. Heck no, I don't want no bloody shoe lunchbox. I know, it's weird, huh? She proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered flesh guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole batch of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? Problem? This is critical. What's wrong with the victim's shoe? If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut right now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Yeah. Has to be this, right? Because, like, if the blood is on that side, why would the blood be on the other? I wonder if you've noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory of the blood at the bottom of the shoe? Some like it hot and some say that they can't go on. Do I have to present the shoe again? Old song, don't worry about it. Alright. I'm 100% gonna get this wrong. I don't want to look it up either. Come on, think. Maybe I pushed the wrong thing. If I wanted to push Lana Sky's cut on her hand, then I could have used Edgewood's knife because it only has traces of the victim's blood, not hers. I'm gonna get this wrong. Alright, we're gonna go through this whole thing again, everybody. Prepare yourselves.
Take that!
I'm guessing your shoe has blood on it too. You just shot yourself in the foot. Ah. Would you like a grinder? Is a grinder the heel? Ah, for God's sake. There's no reason, or further prolong the trial. The defense has failed to give the court a sufficient reason to claim. The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, guilty. Blah 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 blah. No. Actually, do you remember the Family Guy Star Wars parody? Only a few bits. No, actually, not at all. I think I saw like a bit with Stewie, and then that was it. And I saw it at my grandma's house like 4 years ago or something. Okay, continue. Can I really not speed this up? I don't think I can. Man, I should have saved it, whatever. I got used, there was... I'm back, I was in the match when I said hi. Oh, no, that's fine. Got used in the first station next to the old bad power station. Oh. I don't... I've never seen the frickin' Family Guy Star Wars parody for longer than just the little bit at wherever the little bit was. Anyway, we're back to this again. Oh, good God. I'm gonna push for the blood on top this time. Do I have nothing to speed this up? Oh my God. Don't forget, there were 3 entire episodes of it. Dude, I frickin' never watched Family Guy. It's a frickin'... Wait. Oh wow, look at that. Oh. Could I just... Hold on. I found it. In the last episode opening, they said Fox was forcing them, so they had the staff write the script. I think it was an excuse for a cop-out in quality. Who knows? Take a look at this while I do this thing. Sounds like a Zelda song. Alright, I think I pressed this. Hold on, do you guys remember what oh god, the face was unexpected? Yeah, I know, right? It's based off of the testimony given off by Cody Hackins called No Photo. And I made this. Hey. You guys don't remember what I did, right? That's perfect. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Frickin'. So we can talk about cheese for a while. There's the photo. Okay, cool. Now I have what I can use. Objection. Wait, pants are called britches by some Squidward. No. Something about wearing gloves. She's just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves. That. I love the noises. Hold on. The next time something funny comes up, I'm just gonna hold it down. I don't need Reddit open on my phone anymore. I know how to fast forward. Do you guys think this is good content? Edward steals my thunder again and again. She said that she was wearing a red muffler, a red scarf around her neck, but there is no red scarf in the photograph. Just getting this very long point across to get back where I was. This is Zelda music. sick. Okay, there it is. She couldn't have seen her make the call on the thing on the wall because the wall. Can you believe, imagine having to go through all of this again if you did what I did? We'd be here forever. Where she saw it. Crazy. Okay, I think I'm back. There we go. She lied and said she shot from B block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would change? The distance to the crime. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. Condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. Distance between the scene of the crime is the guard station in 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What you saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of her crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now how long would it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you rested Miss Sky? And this is where we... We're not back yet. Door was locked, so she went all the way around. Took about 5 minutes. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, I know it. I have photographic evidence." There's an objection. If you like it al dente. Ugh, my god, this is taking forever. I might flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone, but you have the instincts of a killer. But this time was different. Bum. Someone got killed. Okay, there we go. There was blood found on that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Yeah, skip through this. Blah, 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 blah. And Judith making a fuss about something. Okay, we're back, finally. Did I mention those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene? And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other was defendant Miss Lana Sky's blood. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Whoops, I think I did the wrong one. There is a problem. I'm imagining things. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. Gleam in your eyes. You're still young, Ricky. Give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, would you? Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence. I want to say it's this blood. If this truly is her blood, there's no blood on the murder weapon. The problem is if this evidence is here. Where? Finger pointing at your own head, Mr. Wright. Frick me. Be scientific about this. Examine the evidence. Frick you. But I almost got it. Oops. I have to press that one. Science is always on our side. Don't forget, scientific investigation is the way of the future! Pardon me and my small brain. There's a problem, trick. Ooh, that's why. There's blood on you too, the sole of the shoe. The victims must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood is horrible. Oh my god, it's blood. Blood might be an important clue. Why is it only on one side and not the other? Maybe something with the knife blood? I don't know. Yeah, let me try the knife. Clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes, you're still young. Peppered fish good now, but you couldn't take it, could you? Okay. Evidence!
Take that!
I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, Ricky, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of his shoe? I'm gonna have to guess it's the knife.
Take that!
Nope. 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 Not that. Man, tough crowd. Oh my god. We're getting closer with it. I can't believe this. Even if I had two, I probably wouldn't have gotten it right. Oh my god. There's a knife, there's a problem, blah 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 blah.
Take that!
Okay, shows how big that is. I think it is the picture?
Take that!
Yeah, there we go. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of such footprints at the scene of the crime. This contradicts your claim about his shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. If there were bloody footprints, they would have been found. We checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order! Well, witness? What? Get going, Mr. Wright, but why am I getting an odd sense of deja vu? It's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Yeah, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Hold it. Who? Edward. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but their efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil. Yeah, wait, hold on a second.
She kicked over an oil drum, you fool! You said you arrested her in front of the phone on the wall! Oh, she's beautiful and she's deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. I know where he's going with this. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum, picked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Frick! Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her. What? I think of it, could this all be the start of this good guy Edward? Or not bagging an innocent game of sorts? Yeah, he'll do that later. There's like 4 more games until he freaking has a change of scene. This ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. Reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? It's my sister's blood on the shoe. That's when it happened? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please! What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Hold it. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing her bloody footprints. Well, I thought you've had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. You've reached your verdict, Your Honor. Any further comments will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare out of the coffer clean. Look at this! Oh! A photograph? I had this just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems that this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. For God's sake, from beyond the grave, get yourself off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. Alright, this is the last piece of evidence. Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Objection! Your Honor, wait! What is it with you people? Can I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, we can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph.
The muffler of the car? The problem in this photograph is here! What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler! Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf in any kind in this photograph. Muffler is also a part of the car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see! What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what is there something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Objection!
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Why is it important? I'm gonna assume it's because of this. Well, Your Honor, how do you feel about that? Which I've totally gotten wrong. Apparently, I don't feel well at all. I have this pounding headache. No. I meant, what do you think about the reason for you? The car's muffler, right? Muffler. I heard that word. Muffler. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my testimony earlier. Muffler. Yar! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. That was close. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. We leave any question unanswered, here we do a disservice to the law. We have the car, the crimes, inspect it at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. The court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. Still hungry? Oh, I'd be hungry. I am hungry. What the frick am I talking about? I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 6 hours. Bam, bam. Alright. Finally. Okay, hold on. I want to get to Jake Marshall before I end the stream again because I want to do his voice more. His voice is awesome because he's Texan. I'm Cowboy. Cowboy Marshall. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Maybe go grab something to eat? No, I'm fine. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. Plus I love this game.
So, what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Here he is. Hola, partner. Ah, yeah. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young, at least. Officer Marshall! I thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the place locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I just seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler.
What?
The award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? Was the photograph taken at the crime scene? She wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. My man whip out a knife in a courthouse? Nah, it's a shaving knife, man. It's legal. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hoo-wee! Really did. This guy is my man. He mentions Texas and he's from frickin' East LA. I love him. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Oh. My god. What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Oh. Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Oh, hello. Oh, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all be going swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant, Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Everything ties back to that one case 2 years ago, huh?
Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this.
Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler.
But to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less.
Oh, it's really quite embarrassing, even for us.
What's this?
It's what you would call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth,
How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
now wait a minute, Worthy.
I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait.
Or didn't you hear me?
Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature. Miles Edgeworth.
That's no fair. The day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel, but you're the person in charge. I'd expect a written apology.
What? Are you serious? Oh, I thought he was thrashing his threads. Yeah, me too for a second there.
Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Gah! This court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
Is it in the court record? It's not in the court record. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it! Ah! Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared! Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. This dark red stain. What? Big knife added to the court record. Oh. I have bad news. Never mind. I thought it crashed. It is.
This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really.
Department in disorder.
This knife is special, but I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. At the time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department. A detective. That's a hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order! Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course.
I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Oh boy!
Excuse me, special?
Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else.
Might that special thing be this little tag?
Oh, sorry, righto, but I can't say that now.
Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. This is evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you?
See, there's a lot of things that go on in this department that I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, righto.
Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. Try presenting this piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time.
Check this, boys.
This tag.
This tag is the clue that will fix everything.
Check it. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. It reminds me of a sewer. Deal 6. Maybe that's a case number? What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again.
Check it out, dudos. I was 100% right about this stupid piece of paper that we've been holding on to. 675, or if you turn it upside down, SL9. Ah!
So, how are things down at the department?
That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation.
Let me press on everything else first. Something didn't happen at the police department too, did it?
You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
Chief, did something happen? And why haven't I heard?
Why haven't you heard? Or why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all.
Oh, that... Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
I remember earlier in the stream that Wilkins guy came in. Frickin', he came in and he's like, oh, I'm a stomping. What the frick was his name? I forget that.
65.
It's top dog in the PD. No, he came in with a record that frickin' Edgeworth turned away. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess.
On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, G?
I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Maybe you could help, right?
I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case.
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp.
Okay, here's the deal.
I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Alright, chat, what do you want to know? Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, or when the victim died? Obviously, not the last one, because we know that he was killed at the exact same time. How the victim was killed, or where the victim was found. I say how the victim was killed is the most important one, right? Well, how was the detective killed? Because where was at the police department? Time was was exactly at the same time of this one. We just don't know the how. Well, how's the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force called a stabbing, with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say that there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, righto? Try to understand, righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together? Unless what? Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. Two detectives are killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. It can't just be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Alright. Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah, an honest-to-goodness what do you mean from the judge? This is great! Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s 12 divided by 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? When he wrote this note, he was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing written on the knife's tag. I think the tag is torn too. If there's a 2 there, then that means it could be 221 or 222 or 220, whatever. Order! Well, Chief? Well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto? I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So, this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice! Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it seems. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. I to think there isn't a connection there. It was a bad day for the department. It was in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. See what a mess. I'm officially linked here in this case, so I can't talk much about it. The case was stolen from the department's evidence room. Stolen from the evidence room? I just realized it'll say, like, where you got the evidence from. So, like, half of these are submitted during the trial.
should present this now. No, clearly not. Let's see what contradicts this evidence. Does? I don't see anything contradictory. How about I present it now with this? No. Maybe the other one, the piece of paper? No! So confused. I always had troubles with this one. This is the hardest. This is at the very end. One of the prosecutor's office in the police department. It can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What's it doing there? Stolen? Pushing here. Where's the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? He mentioned that in his testimony just now? Stolen. You think Edgeworth is gonna get a new car now? Probably. Or he'll get it returned to him. What's the connection between the two cases? Seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Kant to testify about the details. Chief, defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. A knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had written down the numbers on the knife's evidence tag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right there. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him.
Victim's ID number, please. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. I keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Huh? Oh my god, I pieced it together. Okay, hear me out. So it was the guy was stabbed at 5:15, or at least the body was, at the police department on the same day at about the same time. However, Edgeworth had gotten and it is Goodman who was stabbed and killed at the police department. However, Edgeworth got to the prosecutor's office at 5:13 or 5:12, whatever, right? You're hearing me out here. So what if somebody, what if he had died there, quote unquote, at around the same time, put into Edgeworth's trunk? Edgeworth made it all the way to the prosecutor's office, and then what's her face gets there, stabbed, because even in the autopsy report, it says he died died between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m., right? So that means that he didn't exactly have to be killed within an hour or at 5:15. He could have been killed way before that, then dumped into Edgeworth's trunk, driven to the prosecutor's office. What's her face takes him out, finds like the knife, like considering that this is a 12-centimeter knife, and I think that maybe that the switchblade knife is quite larger than Edgeworth's knife, that she takes the corpse, freaking stabs him with the other knife or whatever, in the same stab wound, right? Leaves the body there, stuffs the thing in the muffler. The question is why? Why would she do that? What are you up to, Gant? Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. Didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department, 5842189. Tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something? What does it tell you? It tells me that Goodman was a detective. Witness? What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto! Personnel IDs are top secret! Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, the ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82... I've forgotten. You even forgot the first number wrong! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second. Right. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, sharp as a tack, righto, sharp as a tack.
But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yeah, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. Well, that's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the exact same time, and in a completely different location. Order! Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. I knew it! Officer Meekins?
Mr. Wright, where have you heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir.
You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written on the top of the report. God! Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now what was the second rule of evidence law?
Well, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, well it's, Rule 2. New evidence may only be submitted if it concerns the case on trial. How is this relevant? Normally you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Rido over there. Good job, Rido, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. We are becoming a thorn in my side, Worthy. There have been rumors. After all, you were just in the defendant's chair just last year. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of the court. grant one further day as the prosecution requested. Will this be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Whew.
To be continued. Give me that butter. Da, 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 da.
Woohoo! February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Rankin Law Offices.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. Died in the prosecutor's parking lot in the police department's evidence room.
What's this end of the evidence room part? Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least.
Yeah, so if he were stabbed at... Okay. Remember that the drive from here to the police department, or there to the police department, was 30 minutes. Right? That's enough time to move the body!
Alright, let's do it.
Thought she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Would you mind coming with me? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us! Yeah!
February 23rd, prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot.
You know, I really don't think we should be worried about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Of course it was our victim who was killed at the department.
My sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene. Never.
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really does like her sister.
That's not all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the stains or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
Testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Whoa.
Test for a blood reaction just by the luminol on it. Like this, see? Touch the screen to spray in it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains.
Oh. This is weird.
Ah, my eyes!
You can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain?
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... this is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. Arbitrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
Strange. They fought here, there'd have been more blood stains than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright. See how I'm marking up the floor plans when we find bloodstain? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, that's very useful information to have.
I saved up my allowance to buy this.
Wow.
I can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. We'll drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, don't we? This luminol stuff is going to come in handy. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. Oh, this day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't... That kind of lead and doesn't really get my mouth watering. How far are we going? 4 hours. At 5, I'll stop. I'll make a part 2 for next time. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wasn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand! That's unforgivable! Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed these events was was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. Oh, this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Mrs. Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of the suspect after suspect. Before long they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, or fired? I felt that I felt my dream side when I found an investigator, as if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. All because of that case, the SL9 incident. Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? SL9 incident. On that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Okay. Get flustered sometimes. You went straight to the scene of the crime. And that changing fence in there to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You were lying! Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. A time? Can you just tell us? Yes, thank you. That's when I learned the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I had ever handled. Whoa. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. Look, everyone, there's Goodman, there's the cowboy man, there's her, who dat? So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not even a little.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
Evidence of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be... Exactly, Officer Jake Marshall. He's on security detail in the police department, isn't he? Oh my. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. He was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. No one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait, those lunches you sell.
There was only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that help me investigate. The star's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when the detectives on the case have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection.
So, rookie,
What?
it seems you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Oh. Interesting.
The Star? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out?
What do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him.
A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. Putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Let's go meet him, shall we? Excuse me. February 23rd Police Department. Entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
Suppose it makes sense. Detective did get killed in their own department. It's the evidence room, the scene of the crime.
According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is!
He's like a kid in an amusement park.
Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Where do you think we were not 2 minutes ago? Alright. Oh my god. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime?
Sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
Can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who this guard is already.
Oh, new place. Examine everything. First, the cacti and a hat.
Yipes, that sure is prickly. Must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
This cactus is a lot like my sister, actually.
The sky?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with thorns pointing in every direction. Just like her.
You know, I'm looking at this cactus a while now, and I don't see the resemblance.
More an attitude thing than physical similarity.
Coots.
There's a security guard uniform hanging here.
It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie! Wait, maybe that was it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself at the time being. Closed. The swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. Look, it's nailed shut. Can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went through in here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch! I'd say it'd be more of a yar myself. Cameras. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Oh. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room. Okay, yeah. All that's video feed. All of that. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. Yeah, it won't open. That'll be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Lasso. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to a trap or something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. Sure have an active imagination. Alright, well, I'm done looking around in here. I guess I leave. And run into the man we must meet! That guy. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from a lunch land. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've got our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean you heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, pal? On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's apartment, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Sitting here isn't talking isn't going to fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Oh god, I don't think it was Marshall, was it? Ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. There it is. So who is it? If it's Herkin Wilkins. Or Meekins. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh my god, is totally Meekins. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the one perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know you. I know who you are. Excuse me, is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I am not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little last lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Oh boy. Sir! I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard office in the front desk. The room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room?
That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? And, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir! A suspicious person! Yeah! Wow, 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 wow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Last long? Shush! How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir! There was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. And your hand, that happened when Detective Goodman was stabbed? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow. Oh, can you imagine how it felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as persecutor or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Yes, sir. If I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, I'd say he leans heavily on the totally stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know anything, detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. You gotta share about the knife. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir, that's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being killed. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir, really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should have asked Mr. Edgeworth, sir. It's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Nothing there. Oh, I can go into criminal affairs. Sick. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective in this department after all. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, I want to check out the crime scene here. Wow, yes, you sound dead set on investigating. Don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to be helping much either to us either. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Talk to the chief, shall we? That must be the head detective. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion.
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used dry ice. He put it between the latch and the door. The room could have been sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. These are detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expect. Because detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Come on. Oh! Adios.
Well, this place is certainly tidy today, and it will be tidy tomorrow too. Incidentally, he's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. Gran gonna spill the tea? Dude, Gran gonna tell everybody. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Rick. Oh, frick, that's right. It scared me a little. Oh, look at that. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. I knew it. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir, that's it! That's it! Well, that's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. A little lost lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed the knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed the knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? The security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swear to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. Did you wait until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. Right. What was I going again? Entrance. Move. I guess I'll examine it. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. Yeah, recording. That's quite odd. Oh. Tired. Criminal affairs. Anything new here? Hey. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the head detective's desk. It's Chief Gant.
Are you sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Sir.
I'm sure it's most totally perfect. Check the drawers, the lockers, the garbage cans, the coat pockets, pillowcases, behind the computer monitors, the coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The detective looks a little flustered. Right on my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Is everything going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, we've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having one of our top people sitting in the defendant's seat. Now you got someone else found guilty in that seat, right? Right-o?
On karma.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it would be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. I mean, it happened at the exactly same time. The murder at the prosecutor's office.
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all of our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it. Just expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job that keeping the head detective's trap shut.
He was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the head detective to do.
Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Oh, sorry you have to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
See over there?
That's Goodman's desk. Wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. Took away every last piece of garbage in that trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman's still there?
Of course not, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, and it's only half complete.
Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
The date on it is February 22nd. I'll make a note of that just in case.
Let me get a careful look around the crime scene. Like the SL9 incident. What's the item lost?
Alright, my favorite character. Oh, great. Oh, no, I guess not. Ugh, come on, man. Maybe I have to finish speaking to Gant. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Rido asked me for help.
I was wondering if you could investigate the evidence room? Now, righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all.
Rido, please, do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
This goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Looks pretty cool on my old file, doesn't it?
Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay. Alright, all I have to do is examine the door now. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Aha! The card reader is turned off, see?
What's that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall! Somehow I knew. What's that somehow I knew look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my salute.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw!
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? You only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. God, not hungry. That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
Filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Take lunch, give it to Officer Marshall.
Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask him for
Anything. Finally, it seems like...
He's willing to talk.
Oh my god, this guy's awesome!
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong and kept calling him Meekly.
He told us something. Those that when stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. Well, might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what are you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down on the highway in the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole from a prairie fire.
Still investigating the SL9 incident with the Star, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us exactly what happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too.
I know what maybe 2 machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? Must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower in my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are the security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased after a few hours.
Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're a security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card passed through.
What the frick? This is the ID card reader.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing.
Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept in here under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can't reinvestigate them, as it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
Well, it goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the police station. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
That's what happened to SL9 2 days ago. Oops.
Bop. Bop.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
The old one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID number on that ID card record. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Sick.
Got an idea? Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here.
We got all sevens at 420, 8730579 at 440, 4989596 at 450, 5842189 at 415, Bruce Goodman's 5989596 at 414. That could very well be Meekins, so they went in quickly after.
The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
It's neither Wild nor West here.
Aha! But that and this are two entirely different things.
I guess so? Huh? I'm lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Okay.
To the evidence room! Oh my. Quite a bit here.
It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room? Really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Nick. You can't scare me. A freaking card. Ah! Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard?
Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate your entire... Bleh.
Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Garrett will loan anyone $50? Even me?
So that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today?
Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. But first of all, you want to have this.
The evidence. Just take a look at this. This is the ID card record for the people who came in on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder.
Whoa! What is it? The second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth!
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? What?
Oh, frick.
Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room?
Oh, that's distressing.
Oh my god, there's more. Something's sticking out up here. Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of sloth. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too.
But
he doesn't tuck in his shirt underneath that trench coat either.
If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it in front of them, pal.
What's that? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal bow.
I never did get around to using it. I remember that. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving that case on Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Well, that feels like that was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a radio locator. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Wow, look at the big pile of junk in that corner. Looks like a car door. It's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. It's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Paint. What is saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger?
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here, in the evidence room. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. Check it out closer. I wonder which shape these pieces were in before it was broken. If you want to try to put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal. There's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest to place. Alright. Puzzles! Don't look like this fits anywhere. Or this. This. Aha. Okay. No, okay. Aha! Piece numero uno. Okay, I see now. This, put that on there. No? Okay. That's it. The way around? Figures. Aha. And put this one there. Yes, yes. Then put this. We have that wrong. No, definitely wrong. There it is. This one. Nope. Up. Up. Oh, there's another piece. So, huh? Well, I think we did it. Some of the pieces are missing.
Only took me 2 minutes to do. Problem is finishing it.
Some pieces stolen, but they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
Kind of understand how it got broken.
The glove.
Someone left a glove here, but only one. Like the gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You can guess online? It does have a tag on it. Check inside the actual thing. Look, this one's open. There's an indicator tag stuck on it still.
The locker is cool and coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. Must have taken the contents elsewhere. Speaking of... What's this? Blood! That's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! If there are other bloodstains left in the room. We should use our testing fluid to check it out. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine! It's yours? Please. You have to help me. They come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I jotted down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Blood here. Must have been a massive amount of blood here. Never seen so much before. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
This proves that you something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Whoa.
Another right handprint. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might just be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? That's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get the hands on that? Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Where do you want to... Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day.
That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using our findings from yesterday's investigation to prepare the trial.
In other words, Detective Gumshoe got kicked out of the investigation again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. And in my own evidence locker, pal.
A locker in your tooth, Detective Gumshoe?
Haha, of course. I am a detective after all. You gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. Let's see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just cannot get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course.
That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. The locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using this ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yes, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. That's the only locker I can open. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? Handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, zap! You get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks are not that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. You frickin' tell me what this is all about. Detective Goodman's note, that switchblade knife. But Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would the evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. At least there were some loose ends left on that case. I'm going to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Alright, am I done here? Oh, yeah. Alright, and we're coming up on hour 5 already. That's cool. Can I save? Just start button on this thing. CPU mode apparently. It was a start button. I don't have a start button. Pause is apparently just the pause button. Frick is that supposed to mean? I guess that's what that means. Wait, I was looking at pause. I'm looking for start. Am I stupid? It's the start button. Hotkey. It's control. Ah, here we go. Start. Apparently there's debug. Aha, it's enter. There we go. Save game and suspend play. Save state? Frick you, I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. There we go. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we'll come back to this next time. This will be a massive... This will either be a massive 2-parter or a 3-parter. Because apparently getting through the first day of investigations took up 5 hours. Holy frick. That took forever. And most of that was just rerunning through the whole thing. But I think I have a good idea as to what's happening. Alright. Bup. And... Bup. I don't think anyone's made like a... Apparently it's an orchestral remix. Yeah, frick you. Wait. Oh my god! Oh my god, looking at I looked up the Jake Marshall theme from the game, but apparently he comes back in the Miles Edgeworth game. Holy frick! Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching, even if it was for a second. Oh my god. That makes me so excited. I love this character so much. So much so that I'm gonna use this song from now on to open and end the streams. So hi. Alright, bye. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you liked this stream. Even despite me, it was just me sitting around doing voices. Do you know what? It's fine. We're gonna solve this case, hopefully by next time, because I want to get into Portable Third again. But anyways, thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful rest of the week. I'm gonna go look for something to eat. Good night, everybody.